Whispers echo through the shadowed halls of the Redoran council chambers, where the air is thick with tension and the faint scent of ink on aged parchment. Councillor Voren stands before the assembled nobles, his voice measured, but his fingers curling around the hilt of his ceremonial dagger, a silent warning, or perhaps a reflex born of unease. Behind him, the flickering glow of lanterns casts long, dancing shadows across the faces of his peers, each one a mask of calculation and suspicion. The recent murder of a H-Lalu emissary has sent shockwaves through Morrowind's great houses, unraveling fragile alliances like threads pulled from a tapestry. And as Voren prepares to speak, he knows the weight of history rests on his shoulders. One wrong word, one misplaced gesture, and the simmering rivalries of the Dunmer could erupt into flames. Tell me, where are you listening from tonight? Are you curled up in the quiet hours before dawn, or perhaps stealing a moment of calm in the midst of a busy day? Let us know in the comments below. We'd love to hear how your journey into this world of intrigue begins, because tonight we're stepping into the heart of Marwind's political labyrinth, where every whispered secret and veiled threat could reshape the fate of an entire people. The Dunmer Great Houses are more than just factions. They're living, breathing entities, each with its own ambitions, grudges, and secrets, buried deeper than the ash-covered ruins of Vivardin Fell. And as we unravel the threads of their conflicts, you'll discover how power, honor, and survival intertwine in ways that feel almost human. Picture this: a land where loyalty is as fragile as glass, where alliances shift like the sands of the Ashlands, and where the line between friend and enemy is often drawn in blood. The Dunmer don't just play politics. They wage it like a silent war, fought not with armies but with poisoned words and carefully timed betrayals. And at the center of it all stands Voren, a man who must balance the pride of House Redoran with the delicate art of diplomacy. But beneath the surface, there's so much more at stake. This isn't just about who holds power today. It's about who will shape Marwind's future tomorrow. So settle in, because we're about to dive deep into the shadows, where every decision carries the weight of centuries, and where the stakes are nothing less than the soul of a people. The great houses are watching, and so are we. The dim glow of candlelight flickers across the cracked stone walls of the abandoned Ebony Flask, a tavern long forgotten by most, but not by those who trade in secrets. Voren ducks beneath the low doorway, the weight of his robes heavy with the damp chill of the underground chamber. Across the table, the Telvanni mage Morwind sits, hunched like a carrion bird, his fingers stained with the residue of arcane experiments. His eyes gleam with a hunger that has nothing to do with the stale bread between them. Prophecies are not merely read, he hisses, leaning close enough for Voren to catch the scent of mildew and bitterroot on his breath. They are unraveled like the veins of a living thing, and what I hold, he taps a yellowed scroll case with one cracked nail. Could show you the fractures in House H-Lalu's ambitions before they even know they've cracked. But knowledge like this is never given freely. Morvain's price, a single act of sabotage, a Redoran guard distracted at the right moment, a ledger misplaced in the vaults of blacklight. Small enough to deny, yet damning enough to haunt Voren if discovered. The mage smiles, teeth like splintered bone. You've climbed high in your house, counselor. But how far would you fall if they learned you sought my counsel? The unspoken truth hangs between them. Morvain is exiled, his name a curse in polite circles. To be seen with him is to invite suspicion, and in Morrowind's courts, suspicion is as lethal as a dagger's edge. Outside, the scrape of boots on wet stone cuts through the silence. Voren doesn't turn, but his shoulders tense. Someone is there, listening. A shadow shifts near the alley's mouth, too deliberate to be the wind. Is it a H-Lalu spy? A rival Redoran, testing his loyalty. The moment stretches, thick with possibility. One wrong move, and the fragile balance of power could tip. Morvain's grin widens, as if he already knows the choice Voren will make. Time, he murmurs, is a currency even the wealthy cannot hoard. Decide quickly. The prophecies won't wait, and neither will them. The candle gutters, plunging the room into near darkness. Somewhere in the gloom, the Watcher breathes, patient as a spider, and Voren realizes this isn't just about secrets or favors. It's about survival, his house's, perhaps all of Morrowind's. Because in the game of the Great Houses, the first move is often the last. The wax seal cracks under Voren's thumb, the deep crimson of House H-Lalu smearing like blood across the parchment. The message is brief, too brief, written in the tight, angular script of someone who feared their words might be intercepted. They mean to paint Redoran as assassins, it reads. The blade comes at dawn, no signature, no plea for help, just 12 words that could unravel everything. Voren's fingers tighten around the paper. Is this a genuine warning from a turncoat within H-Lalu's ranks, or a meticulously laid snare designed to lure Redoran into a reckless act of defense that would only confirm their guilt? He paces the length of his study, the weight of the decision pressing down like the stifling heat before a storm. To act without proof risks igniting open conflict between the houses. But to ignore the warning that could be just as deadly. The candle burns low as he debates, shadows stretching long across the maps of Marwind pinned to his walls, maps marked with alliances as fragile as spider silk. By the time the first light of dawn creeps through the slatted windows, Voren has made his choice. He will wait, watch, let H-Lalu show their hand first. A mistake. The body is discovered near the foreign quarter gates, slumped against the pitted stone like a discarded doll. The informant, a minor H-Lalu clerk with nervous eyes and a taste for skooma, according to the guards, has been arranged with grotesque care. One hand clutches a rusted dagger, its blade crusted with dried blood that matches no known wound. The other points accusingly toward Redoran territory. Around the corpse, the ash-choked wind carries whispers, whispers of Redoran treachery, whispers that spread faster than truth ever could. Voren stares down at the scene, his stomach twisting. The clerk's lips are sewn shut with coarse thread, the message unmistakable. Silence is the only safety. Someone wanted this death to scream, and now the trap is sprung. H-Lalu's magistrates are already demanding justice, their voices dripping with false grief. The other houses watch, weighing their next moves like Kwama queens, assessing a rival's nest. Voren's hesitation has cost him not just the informant's life, but the initiative. The game has shifted, and Redoran stands on the back foot. But as he turns away, something catches his eye. A slip of parchment, half buried in the ash near the clerk's boot, too small to be noticed by the guards, too deliberate to be an accident. When he unfolds it, A single glyph stares back at him, the secret sigil of the Morag Tong. The realization hits like a cold blade between the ribs. This wasn't just H-Lalu's doing. The Assassin's Guild is involved, and if they've taken a side in the House Wars, then the rules have changed entirely. No one plays fair when the Tong hold the dagger. Voren's fingers trace the rough edge of his ceremonial dagger as he listens to the Indoral priestess, her voice low but urgent beneath the echoing arches of the Redoran Council Hall. The Tribunal's wisdom could illuminate the path forward, she insists, her silvered mask catching the dim light like a sliver of moon through storm clouds. But to ask for their counsel is to admit we are lost. The weight of her words settles between them an unspoken truth. House Indoral has always walked closest to the gods, but even their influence is no guarantee of safety. To step into the temple now, with whispers of Morag Tong daggers in the dark, would be to paint a target on his back for every rival with a grudge. Yet the alternative is worse. Without guidance, the houses spiral deeper into mistrust, each accusation thickening the air like the choking fumes of Red Mountain. Reluctantly, Voren nods. At dawn, he murmurs, and tell no one, but dawn brings no answers, only barred doors. The great ebony gates of the Tribunal Temple in Mournhold stand shut, their intricate carvings of Almalixia's mercy now hidden behind a cotter of stone-faced ordinators. Their spears cross as Voren approaches, a silent wall of defiance. By order of the Archcanon, one intones, voice hollow behind his helm, no petitions shall be heard until the next moon. The priestess stiffens beside him. Since when does the temple turn away its own? The ordinator's grip tightens on his weapon, since the will of the three decrees it. A lie, Voren feels it in his bones. The Tribunal do not hide from their people, not unless someone has given them cause to. Someone like the shadowy figure who left that Morag Tong sigil in the ash. As they retreat through the temple district, the priestess's robes whisper against the cobblestones like a sigh. This reeks of H-Lalu's meddling, she mutters. Or worse, Dagoth's whispers. The name hangs in the air, unspoken for centuries in polite company, but Voren's thoughts spiral darker. If the temple itself can be manipulated, then no one is safe. Not the houses, not the gods, perhaps not even Marwind. The priestess reaches for his arm, her touch feather light but fierce. We find another way, she says. The old ways. Her eyes flick toward the distant silhouette of Ghostgate, where the air shimmers with the ghost fence's ancient power. If the temple won't listen, perhaps the Ashlanders will. The suggestion is madness. The tribes despise the great houses, and for good reason. Yet as the wind carries the distant chime of temple bells, a sound that should comfort, but now feels like a warning, Voren wonders if madness might be the only path left. The smuggler's den reeks of mildew and stale moon sugar, the air thick enough to choke on as Voren and his Redoran agents slip through the crumbling basement entrance. The flicker of their hooded lanterns catches on stacks of crates, some stamped with Dres sigils, others with the telltale serpent insignia of Black Marsh. But it's the ledger tucked beneath a loose floorboard that stills Voren's breath. The pages are a spiderweb of coded transactions, shipments of ebony and glass, payments to unnamed intermediaries, and one damning entry, dated the night before the H-Lalu clerk's murder. Final disbursement for the Redoran matter. Discretion guaranteed. The handwriting is hurried, but the Dres seal at the bottom is unmistakable. For a heartbeat, the room seems to tilt. Dres, not H-Lalu. The revelation coils in Voren's chest like a live wire. All this time, the houses have been snarling at each other's throats, while Dres watched from the shadows, stoking the flames. He could march this ledger to the Grand Council at sunrise, let the truth crack open the fragile peace like an egg, but would it unite the houses, or scatter them further? The Dres matriarch, Thara, is no fool. She'd deny everything, spin the ledger as a Redoran forgery, and the cycle of accusations would spiral deeper. Instead, Voren tucks the ledger into his robes, the parchment suddenly heavy as a tombstone. There's another way. Thara Dres values her secrets more than her gold. And secrets, unlike public accusations, can be traded. 3 nights later, in the opulent gloom of Thara's private solarium, the air is laced with the cloying sweetness of saltress wine. She doesn't flinch when Voren slides the ledger across the table, but her fingers adorned with rings of twisted ebony tighten imperceptibly around her goblet. A curious fiction, she murmurs, her voice smooth as polished glass. Though I suppose even fictions have their uses. The unspoken threat hangs between them. Expose me, and I'll bury you in so many counter-accusations. No one will remember the truth. Voren leans forward, the candlelight carving shadows under his eyes. Keep your ships out of Redoran waters, he says softly, and this stays between us. A pause, then the barest nod from Thara. The deal is struck, but secrets, once loosed, have a way of squirming free. By week's end, Mournhold's alleyways hum with rumors. A Dres caravan, ambushed near the Deshan border. A Redoran guard found floating in the canal, his pockets stuffed with Dres coin. The city holds its breath, waiting for the next blow to fall. Because in Marwind, even silence speaks volumes, and when the great houses play their games, no one walks away clean. The fire in the Redoran Council, hearth burns low, casting erratic shadows across the faces of the assembled nobles. Councillor Drowl, once Voren's closest ally in the days when they patrolled the Ashlands together as young warriors, now stands rigid at the chamber's center, his knuckles white around the scroll, bearing his grievances. You call this leadership? His voice is a blade wrapped in silk. While you whisper with outcasts and barter with Dres, our enemies grow bold. H-Lalu laughs behind their hands, and our own people begin to wonder, where is the Redoran who would sooner die on his feet than kneel for scraps of peace? The silence that follows is heavier than the ancestral shield hanging above the dais. Voren knows this isn't just about strategy. It's about pride, the kind that runs deeper than politics. Drowl's son was among the guards lost in the canal incident. His body returned with a Dres coin sewn into his palm like a mockery. Grief has sharpened his tongue, but his words find purchase in the murmurs of the younger nobles, their faces alight with restless fury. Voren rises slowly, the weight of his robes suddenly oppressive. He could remind them of the 3 Redoran trade ships, now safely docked at Blacklight, their hulls brimming with ebony, thanks to his deal with Thara. He could list the names of spies uncovered, the assassins diverted, but numbers and ledgers won't sway hearts burning for vengeance. Instead, he does something far more dangerous. He steps down from the dais, closing the space between himself and Drowl until they stand eye to eye, close enough to share breath. You think I've forgotten the taste of ash in my mouth. Voren's voice is barely above a whisper, yet it carves through the room like a gust from Red Mountain. The weight of a sword in hand, the way the air hums before a charge. I remember, but I also remember burying friends who mistook recklessness for honor. His gaze flicks to the scar across Drowl's brow, a relic from their last campaign together, where Voren dragged him from a collapsing mine shaft. You want war. Name the foe. Is it H-Lalu, who have lost 3 magistrates to bandits in as many weeks? Dres, who scuttle like cliff racers when confronted? Or is it the shadows were too busy clawing at each other to see? Drowl's jaw tightens, but his shoulders sag ever so slightly. The nobles shift, their fervor cooling like molten glass dipped in water. Voren presses on, not with the polished rhetoric of a counselor, but the raw honesty of a man who's bled for every inch of ground he holds. You call me cautious, I call you my brother, but if my choices have cost me your trust, then let it be known. I'll stand alone before I let Redoran become a weapon swung by unseen hands. The chamber holds its breath. Then, with a sound like a bowstring snapping, Drowl crumples the scroll in his fist and turns away, not in defeat, in concession. See that you don't stand alone long, he mutters, the fire gone from his voice. The tension breaks like a wave, leaving behind something brittle and sorrowful. Later, when the others have dispersed, Voren finds Drowl staring into the embers of the hearth, his reflection fractured in the polished carapace of a mounted quama. They don't speak. There's nothing left to say that wouldn't taste like ashes. The crackle of dying flames fills the space between them, a dirge for the friendship that once was. Outside, the wind howls through the towers of black light, carrying whispers of the next storm, and in those whispers, a truth neither can ignore. Some victories leave deeper scars than defeats. The air in Voren's study is thick with the acrid scent of burning candle wicks. When the Telvanni mage materializes from the shadows, his tattered robes still reeking of mildew and bitterroot. Morvain's grin is sharper than the jagged glass staves of his homeland, his fingers drumming against the stolen ledger still clutched in Voren's grip. A pity, he croons, to see such potential wasted on ledgers and ledgers alone. His demand is simple, brutal, the fang of a Shalmawak, a relic sealed for centuries in the Redoran vaults, said to whisper the secrets of lost House Dwemer. Voren's refusal is quieter, but no less final. The artifact isn't his to give, it belongs to the ancestors, to the oaths sworn in blood, long before either of them drew breath. Morvain's laughter is a dry rasp, like wind over dead leaves. Then we settle this where the land remembers nothing. The ash wastes beyond blacklight are a graveyard of forgotten battles, the ground littered with the bones of warriors and the rusted blades they carried. Here, beneath a sky choked with glowing spores, the mage makes his stand. No polite spells, no dueling etiquette, just raw, crackling force that splits the air like thunder. The ground heaves under Voren's feet as Morvain's magic twists the very earth into jagged spears, each one lancing upward with deadly precision. But Voren is no stranger to desperation. His counterstrike is a thing of brutal elegance, a Redoran technique honed in the war against the Nords, where fire and ash become one. The flames that erupt from his palms aren't the controlled bursts of a sorcerer. They're the wildfire rage of a man defending something older than pride. The blast sears the mage's robes to his flesh, sending him staggering back into the ruins of a broken shrine. Morvain coughs blood onto the ashen ground, his breath ragged, but his eyes alight with something closer to triumph than fear. You fight like a true son of Redoran, he wheezes. Pity your house won't survive what's coming. His fingers scrabble in the dust, tracing a symbol too quick for Voren to stop. A twisted rune that vanishes into the earth like water into sand. The sixth house stirs, he gasps, his voice already fading. And your precious tribunal, they've known all along. Then, silence. The wind carries away the last of the mage's breath, leaving Voren alone with the weight of those final words. The sixth house, Dagoth, names buried in history, in nightmares, and if Morvain spoke true, then the great houses aren't just fighting each other. They are dancing on the edge of a blade none of them see. The ash beneath his boots feels suddenly thinner, as if the ground itself might give way to something far darker. The H-Lalu messenger's robes are too clean for the grime of Blacklight's backstreets, the gold thread along his cuffs, catching the dim torchlight like a lure. He kneels in the dank cellar where Voren's agents have brought him, his posture flawless, respectful, but not groveling. A practiced performance. Counselor, he murmurs, pressing a sealed letter into Voren's palm. The wax is cool, imprinted with the H-Lalu sigil, but the parchment beneath smells faintly of mildew, as if it's been tucked away in some damp corner for weeks. My master proposes an end to our misunderstandings. Dres plays us all for fools. Voren's thumb hesitates over the seal. Too convenient, this offer. H-Lalu has spent years undermining Redoran at every turn. Smuggling routes sabotaged, trade agreements collapsed with whispered rumors. Now they claim shared cause. The messenger's eyes dart to the shadows where Voren's guards stand motionless. A twitch of his lip betrays him. Fear or anticipation. The letter's contents are blunt. A meeting at the abandoned Quama Egery east of Bamora, where the air still stings of sulfur from long-dead vents. No retainers, no weapons. Come alone, it reads, and we'll show you the hand that's dealt this game. The handwriting is unfamiliar, but the phrasing, that's pure H-Lalu, all honey and hidden thorns. Voren arrives at midnight, the moon shrouded by volcanic haze. The Egery's broken domes loom like the ribs of some great beast picked clean by scavengers. Inside, the scent of rotting chitin clings to the walls, mixing with something sharper, aloes, wood incense, a luxury H-Lalu favors for their negotiations. A figure waits at the far end of the chamber, silhouetted against the embers of a dying brazier. Not the plump, perfumed magistrate he expected. This one is lean, their face obscured by a hood, but the way they stand, utterly still, utterly sure, sends a prickle down Voren's spine. Took you long enough, the stranger says, their voice a dry rasp. Not H-Lalu's cultured lilt. Something older, something wrong. Then they step into the light, and Voren's breath catches. The face beneath the hood is gaunt, the skin stretched too tight over sharp bones, the eyes gleaming with an unnatural sheen. A sixth house mask. No, the flesh is real, but twisted, as if the body beneath is fighting itself. The stranger smiles, revealing teeth filed to points. Dres was a useful distraction. They murmur, but you were always the prize. The truth crashes over him like a wave of molten stone. This isn't H-Lalu's scheme. It never was. The murders, the whispers, the temple's silence, all of it threads back to a force, the Great Houses thought, buried beneath Red Mountain. The stranger tilts their head, savoring his realization. Your ancestors drove us into the dark, they whisper. Now watch as we return the favor. Outside, the wind howls through the ruins, carrying the distant toll of a bell. Not from any temple, from the depths, from the place where the earth remembers. The proclamation arrives at dawn, carried by an ordinator whose polished mask reflects the rising sun like a shard of frozen flame. The ceasefire decree is written on vellum, so thick it crackles when unrolled, the tribunal's seal pressed deep enough to bruise the parchment. By the mercy of Amalixia, the herald intones, all hostilities between the great houses shall cease until the next moon's turning. The words are honey sweet, but the ordinator's grip on his halberd is white-knuckled, his posture rigid as a drawn bowstring. Something is wrong. Voren waits until the herald's footsteps fade before examining the seal closer. The wax bears the faintest fingerprint, a careless flaw no temple scribe would allow, and the scent, not the usual myrrh-infused resin, but something herbal, almost medicinal. The kind used in the apothecaries of Necrom, a forgery or a message. That night, beneath the hollow echoes of the temple's midnight bell, a shadow detaches itself from the alley behind the Redoran compound. The ordinator who steps into the lamplight is unlike the others. His cuirass dented, his pauldrons stripped of their usual gold filigree. They call me rogue now, he says, voice muffled behind his helm. But I remember my oaths. His warning is blunt. The ceasefire is a lie. The Tribunal Temple is fractured. Its leaders vanished into the inner sanctums, leaving only whispers and empty thrones. The ordinators who still patrol the streets do so under new orders that speak of purification and silence. Voren's pulse thrums in his throat. Whose orders? The rogue's laughter is a dry, broken thing. That's the question, isn't it? He presses a scrap of fabric into Voren's hand, a strip of indoral silk, stained with something dark and flaking. The gods have not spoken to their priests in weeks, not since the first H-Lalu corpse was found with his tongue cut out. The implication hangs like smoke. Someone is using the temple's authority, like a smith uses a hammer, shaping the house's strife to an unknown end. As the rogue melts back into the shadows, Voren studies the fabric. Woven into the stain is a pattern, nearly invisible unless held to the light, a series of interconnected rings, like chains or the links of a net. It's not a temple symbol. It's not anything he recognizes, and that, more than the warning itself, chills him to the bone, because in Marwind, the most dangerous lies are the ones wrapped in silence. The god's absence isn't just a mystery, it's a weapon, sharpened by hands unseen. The tunnels beneath the Dwemer ruin exhale a breath of stale metal and ozone as Voren steps over the threshold, his boot disturbing dust that hasn't been touched in eras. The walls hum with a low, persistent vibration, as if the machinery buried in the rock still dreams of waking. His guide, an Ashlander with eyes like flint and a voice like wind, over stone halts at a carved archway, her torch guttering in the unnatural draft. Here, she says, pressing a palm to the glyphs etched into the stone, the truth your ancestors buried. The chamber beyond is a cathedral of gears and glass, dominated by a massive brass apparatus, covered in spiraling script. Not Dwemer, not even Dunmer. The language is older, its curves echoing the first scrawls of Velothi pilgrims. Voren traces a finger over the inscriptions, his pulse quickening as the fragments assemble in his mind. The houses were never meant to be divided. The words strike like a bell. They were strands of the same rope, woven to hold against the breaking of the world. A shudder runs through the ruin as the apparatus groans to life, gears grinding after centuries of stillness. Projected onto the far wall in flickering blue light, a scene unfolds. Velvet-clad figures gathered around a map, their faces obscured by the hoods of all three great houses. No snarling rivals here, only conspirators whispering as they carve Marwind into pieces. Let them believe the divisions run deep, murmurs a Redoran elder, his voice distorted by time. It is the only way to keep the others from seeing the knife until it's too late. The vision shifts, a pact signed in blood and starlight, a shared enemy, not the Empire, not the Nords, but something vast and hungry, stirring beneath Red Mountain. And then, the cruelest cut, the moment the houses chose to forget, to weaponize their own history. The Ashlanders grip tightens on Voren's arm. Your nobles still dance to that old tune, she hisses. While the real war gathers in the dark, the apparatus dies with a sigh, plunging them back into silence. Voren stares at his hands, half expecting to see them stained with ancestral ink. Every alliance he's brokered, every feud he's navigated, all of it built on a foundation of deliberate lies. The houses weren't torn apart by ambition. They were designed to fracture, to keep the people fighting among themselves while the true architects of their fate watched from the shadows. Above ground, the wind carries the distant chime of Redoran alarm bells. Dawn is breaking over black light, and with it comes a terrible clarity. To change the game, he'll have to break the board, and the first piece to fall must be his own loyalty. The goblet shatters against the stone floor, scattering droplets of wine like blood across the council chamber's tiles. Voren barely feels the sting in his fingers where the glass cut him. His attention is locked on Councillor Drowl's face, the flicker of something behind the man's eyes that isn't surprise, isn't regret. It's calculation. The taste hits 4, and a heartbeat later, bitter almonds beneath the honeyed vintage, a cloying thickness on his tongue that has nothing to do with the wine's age. His knees buckle before his mind catches up. The room erupts. Hands grab at his shoulders, voices overlapping in a din of panic and false concern. Through the blur of his failing vision, he sees Drowl's mouth moving apologies. Instructions, but the words dissolve into the roar of his own pulse. The poison works fast, a vise tightening around his ribs, his throat. Telvanni work, without a doubt. Only their alchemists brew with ground voidglass, the telltale metallic aftertaste that lingers like a curse. But why would Drowl, a Redoran to his core, wield a Telvanni weapon? Darkness swallows the edges of his sight as his body hits the floor. The last thing he hears is the priestess's voice, sharp with panic. Get him to the shrine, now. Then the world fractures into fragments of sensation, the chill of stone against his cheek, the acrid scent of burning incense, the distant echo of boots, retreating too quickly to be innocent. Time bends in the delirium that follows. Voren drifts between fevered dreams and fractured moments of clarity, each more surreal than the last. A figure in a Telvanni master's robes, leaning over him, murmuring in a language that crackles like static. the priestess pressing a vial to his lips, her fingers trembling, the taste of crushed guar root and moonlight, a counteragent so rare it reeks of desperation. And threaded through it all, the chilling realization, this wasn't just an assassination, it was a performance. When consciousness finally claws its way back, the shrine is empty save for the priestess, her silver mask discarded, her face drawn with exhaustion. Drowl's gone, she whispers, fled before the guards could seize him. Her fingers brush a scrap of parchment on the altar, a note written in a hand that matches no Redoran scribe's, but bears the unmistakable flourish of a Telvanni contract. Payment rendered for services, it reads, the house thanks you. Voren's laugh is a raw, broken thing, of course. Drowl didn't act alone. Someone promised him power, protection, perhaps even vengeance for his son's death. And all it cost was a single betrayal. But the poison, the note, they're too neat, too theatrical. Like a staged scene in a play where every prop is meant to point in one direction. Telvanni wants him to see their fingerprints. Wants Redoran to rage against them, while the real architect watches from the shadows. He tries to sit up, his muscles screaming in protest. The priestess catches his arm, her grip iron steady. You're not ready, she warns, but the fire in her eyes says she already knows he won't listen. Because the game has shifted again, and this time, the knife didn't come from an enemy. It came from a brother. The air in the Ashlander tent is thick with the scent of crushed trauma root and smoldering hearth fire, a far cry from the incense-laden halls of Redoran councils. Voren's fingers twitch against the rough wool of the healer's blanket, his body still racked with tremors from the poison's aftermath. Across the fire pit, the Seer, a woman with eyes like polished obsidian and a voice that seems to echo from some deeper place, stirs the embers with a bone-white staff. You walk the edge of a blade, Outlander, she murmurs, not unkindly. The land whispers your name, but the wind carries warnings too. Her prophecies are not the flowery riddles of temple oracles. They're sharp as a skinned knee, blunt as a cliff racer's cry. A shadow moves among the council, she says, one who wears loyalty like a borrowed robe. It seems straining with every false step. But when she speaks the traitor's name, a gust howls through the tent flaps, snuffing the hearth fire to darkness. The Seer hisses, not in surprise, but recognition. Even the air fears this one, she mutters. The tribe's war leader, a grizzled hunter with scars that map old battles like runes, spits into the fire pit. Redoran, H-Lalu, Dres, you carve your borders in sand and call them walls. His laughter is dry as the ash outside. While you squabble over who rules the ruin, the real enemy stirs beneath your feet. He tosses a chunk of raw ebony onto the coals, where it blackens without burning. Your people once knew this, before the tribunal carved the truth from your memories. Voren's gut twists. The Dwemer ruins, the hidden apparatus, the visions of collusion. They slot into place like gears in a forgotten clock. The Ashlanders have no councils, no ledgers, no poisoned goblets. Just stories passed mouth to ear for generations, warped by time, but never broken. And their oldest story, a bargain struck in secret, long before the first council, when three houses traded their shared history for power. You think your betrayer acts alone? The Seer asks, pressing a hand to his brow. Her palm is fever hot. The rot goes deeper. It always has. Outside, the wind carries the distant toll of a bell, and not from any temple, but from the direction of Red Mountain. The tribe falls silent, even the children still their games, their wide eyes reflecting the eerie glow on the horizon. The war leader meets Voren's gaze, his expression grim. You want to save your people? Stop looking for knives in the dark. Start asking who sharpened them. Dawn finds Voren kneeling at the edge of the camp, watching the sun rise over the ashen wastes. The Seer's final gift sits heavy in his pocket, a sliver of crystal that hums against his skin, its surface etched with markings no scribe alive could decipher. The first stroke of a forgotten alphabet, the first word of a warning he's only beginning to understand. The first warning comes not from scouts or sentries, but from the earth itself, a distant tremor that rattles the teacups in Voren's outpost chambers. By the time the horns blare, the Dres war machines are already cresting the ridge, their brass-plated siege engines glowing dull red in the pre-dawn light. No parley flags, no heralds, just the relentless grind of treads on volcanic rock and the hiss of steam escaping pressurized tanks. This isn't an incursion. It's an erasure. Voren's fingers close around the hilt of his ancestral sword, its scabbard still draped over the back of his chair like a forgotten cloak. 3 weeks of painstaking negotiations with Thara Dres, of ledgers exchanged in shadowed rooms, all ashes now. The map on the table mocks him, tiny carved figures representing Redoran patrols, arranged for border skirmishes. Not this. Not a column of flame-spewing crawlers tearing through the valley like a scythe through wheat. But Redoran doesn't survive 4,000 years by panicking. By the time the first fireball arcs toward the outpost walls, Voren's orders are already rippling through the ranks. Fall back to the honeycomb tunnels beneath the fort. Let Dres waste their fury on empty stone. The real stroke comes at dusk, when the attackers pause to reload their machines, vulnerable as they vent scorching steam into the twilight. That's when Voren's hidden forces strike from the blind side, Ashlanders on guars, their saddles laden with satchels of volatile fire, salts pilfered from Telvanni alchemists. The explosions light up the valley like false dawn, turning Dres' own engines into funeral pyres. By midnight, the field belongs to Redoran. The surviving Dres flee into the Badlands, their banners trampled into the mud. Yet as Voren surveys the smoldering wreckage, the taste of victory turns to grit in his mouth. The machines, their design is all wrong, too crude for Dres craftsmanship, their gears stamped with markings Morr at home in a black marsh scrap heap. And the Dres corpses, half wear no house sigils at all, their faces marked with faded tattoos that whisper of older, darker loyalties. The outpost captain offers a triumphant toast, his voice hoarse from shouting orders. Voren raises his cup, but doesn't drink. This attack was never about territory. It was a distraction, a flashy spectacle to pull Redoran's gaze away from something far more dangerous. Somewhere in the smoke-choked hills, a shadow laughs, and the war everyone thinks they're fighting, it's just the opening move. The ledger's cipher cracks like an egg under the scribe's trembling fingers, its pages spreading across the table like a bloodstain. The symbols, once indecipherable scratches, now form columns of dates, sums, and names that make Voren's breath hitch. Every great house is here, Redoran. H-Lalu, Dres, even in Drowl, their entries penned in ink the color of dried violets. But the source of the payments, a single line, repeated like a chant. Overseer's tithe, 6th house reclamation. The amounts are staggering, enough to buy a fleet, to bribe an army, to turn every noble in Marwind into a puppet with silk strings. Voren's hands are steady as he rolls the parchment shut, but his pulse roars in his ears. This isn't just corruption. It's a web woven so deep that every coin in every pocket might be tainted. He reaches for his dagger, not to strike, but to feel the weight of something real in his grip, when the door creaks open behind him. Counselor Dres steps inside, his usual mantle of calm replaced by something sharper. "You've been keeping late hours," he murmurs, eyeing the ledger. His voice is light, but his fingers linger near his own blade's hilt. They've known each other since they were boys, scraping knees in the Ashlands, shared meals, shared battles. Yet now, the space between them hums with tension, thick as a bowstring. Voryn doesn't bother hiding the truth. The informant who died in the canal, his notes weren't about Dres. They were about us, every house, taking gold from the same hand. He watches Dres' face, waiting for the flicker of surprise, of outrage. It never comes. Instead, Dres sighs, a sound so weary it's almost pitying. "You were always too clever for your own good." His dagger flashes faster than thought, the point resting against Voren's throat before either of them blink. Not enough to break skin, just enough to remind them both. Trust is a luxury neither can afford anymore. The torchlight catches the silver in Dres' beard, the lines around his eyes that weren't there when they fought side by side at Cragen, Morr. "You think I wanted this?" His whisper is raw. "They have my daughter. Took her from the temple school 2 moons ago. The price for her life was simple. Keep you from looking too close." The confession hangs between them, bitter as ash on the tongue. Voryn doesn't move, doesn't dare, because the truth isn't just that the enemy has infiltrated the houses. It's that they've turned loyalty itself into a weapon, and the blade at his throat, it's not the one he needs to fear. It's the one he never saw coming. The ruins of Old Mournhold breathe dust and memory, the weight of centuries pressing down on every cracked pillar and shattered mosaic. Voryn steps over the threshold where the grand plaza once stood, the stones beneath his boots, still scorched from fires that burned when his grandfather's grandfather was a child. And there, silhouetted against the jagged remains of the tribunal statue, stands a figure he hasn't seen in 20 years. Counselor Malval, his face half hidden beneath a hood, his stance as familiar as the ache of an old wound. "You always were too stubborn to die cleanly," Malval murmurs, his voice rough with disuse. The last time Voryn heard it, they were standing shoulder to shoulder at the Battle of Sheogorath, their swords slick with Nordic blood. Now, the man who once saved his life holds a dagger loosely at his side, its edge glinting like a smile in the dim light. This isn't just a duel of blades. It's a reckoning of philosophies. Malval speaks of unity, not the hollow peace of treaties, but the brutal clarity of a single hand guiding Marwind's fate. "The houses are a sickness," he hisses, gesturing to the ruins around them. "Look what their squabbling has wrought. While they bicker over scraps, the real wolves gather at the door." His words are seductive, threaded with the same fervor that once rallied troops against impossible odds. Voryn counters with the weight of history, and who made you judge and executioner? The wind carries the ghost of a child's laughter from some distant alley. a reminder that people still live among these ruins, still hope. You don't forge unity with a knife to the throat. You sow fear, and fear breeds more traitors than loyalty ever could. Malval lunges first, not with steel, but with truth. Then tell me, brother, when has mercy ever stopped a dagger? Their clash is a dance of shadows and half-remembered steps, each parry a retort, each feint a question. The ground beneath them is littered with the debris of fallen empires, a testament to the folly of absolute power. In the end, it's neither blade nor rhetoric that decides the fight. It's the crack of a crumbling wall, the groan of stone giving way beneath their feet as the ruins themselves reject the weight of their fury. As the dust settles, Voren finds himself gripping Malval's wrist over a yawning pit, the man's fingers slipping inch by inch. There's no triumph in this moment. Only the terrible understanding that some wounds never heal. They just change shape. Malval's final words are barely audible over the roar of falling rubble. You'll see, when the sixth house rises, you'll wish you'd listened. Then he's gone, swallowed by the darkness below. The silence that follows is louder than any war cry. Somewhere in the distance, a bell tolls not for the dead, but for the living who must carry their legacy. And Voren knows, as he turns his back on the ruins, that the hardest battles are never the ones you fight with a sword. They are the ones you fight with memory. The cavern walls tremble as the masked figure steps forward, their voice echoing through the hollowed-out bones of the Dwemer ruin like a chorus of ghosts. You see it now, don't you? The words slither through the stale air, carrying the weight of centuries-old betrayal. The feuds, the poisoned wine, the bodies in the canals, all threads in a tapestry we wove to unravel your so-called unity. The mask tilts, revealing nothing but darkness beneath. A house divided cannot stand, especially when the wind begins to howl from Red Mountain. Voren's grip tightens on his father's dagger, the worn leather of the hilt biting into his palm. The truth hangs between them, ugly and undeniable. Every skirmish, every whispered rumor, every drop of spilled blood, orchestrated not by house rivalries, but by the silent, creeping return of an ancient foe. The sixth house didn't just watch the Dunmer tear each other apart. They handed them the knives. The offer comes wrapped in velvet malice. Join us, the figure murmurs, extending a hand gloved in cured chitin. You're too clever to die with the rest. Help guide Marwind into its new dawn. The promise is seductive power, survival, even vengeance against the nobles who'd sooner stab their own kin than share a crust of bread. For a heartbeat, the weight of it presses down on Voren's shoulders like a crown of lead. Then he laughs, not in defiance, but in something far more dangerous, recognition. You forgot one thing, he says, stepping back into the flickering light of the ruin's last intact lantern. Redoran doesn't kneel. The blade flashes, not at the masked figure, but at the brittle, glowing vein of volatile soulgem embedded in the cavern wall. The explosion rips through the chamber like a waking dragon, stone shrieking as pillars collapse in a rain of fire and rubble. When the dust settles, the ruin is a tomb. The masked figure is gone, swallowed by the chaos or vanished into the shadows. Voren can't tell, but the tremor underfoot isn't just from collapsing stone. It's the shudder of something far older stirring beneath the earth, its slumber disturbed by the echoes of their battle. The sixth house wanted a war of whispers. Voren just gave them a declaration written in fire, and as the first rockslide rumbles in the distance, he realizes the hardest truth of all. Some bridges, once burned, can never be rebuilt. The stone groans like a dying beast as the ceiling peels away in great slabs, revealing the bruised sky beyond. Voren staggers back, his boots slipping on the debris-strewn floor, his lungs burning with dust and the metallic tang of blood. The masked figure, now sprawled against the remnants of a shattered pillar, clutches their ribs, the polished chitin of their armor cracked like an eggshell. But it's not the crumbling ruin, or even the dagger lodged in their gut, that breaks them. It's the ledger. Voren flings the weathered pages onto the ground between them, their edges fluttering like wounded birds. "You missed a page," he rasps, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. The ink is faded, but the names scream loud enough to wake the dead. Every bribe, every assassination, every whisper meant to turn house against house. All signed not with Sixth House sigils, but with the looping script of the Tribunal's own scribes. Almalixia's peacekeepers, Voren spits, funding the very monsters they swore to bury. The figure's mask tilts, their breath hitching not from pain, but from something far worse, recognition. They know these names. They've broken bread with them, taken orders from them. The realization slithers across the space between them, ugly and undeniable. The Sixth House didn't just manipulate the Great Houses. They bought their silence. A terrible stillness settles over the ruin. Even the shifting stones seem to hold their breath. Then, a sound like thunder, but sharper, rhythmic, war horns, not from the valley below, but from the east, where the ash plains meet the sea. The invasion isn't coming. It's here. The masked figure lets out a wet, broken sound that might be laughter. You think this changes anything? Their fingers scrabble at the ledger, smearing blood across the tribunal's seals. The wheels are already turning. The mountain wakes, and they slump back, their voice fading like embers in the wind. You're just the fool who saw the strings before the puppets danced. Voren turns away, leaving the ledger to the gathering dust. The horns grow louder, their echoes twisting through the ruins like a challenge or a warning. The game hasn't ended. It's simply become something far more dangerous, a war where the lines between ally and enemy blur like ink in the rain. And as the first drops of a coming storm patter against the broken stones, he realizes the cruelest truth of all. Some revelations don't bring victory. They just make the battlefield clearer. The dawn paints the ruined city in hues of rust and gold, the air thick with the scent of charred wood and damp stone. Voren stands atop the broken steps of what was once the Grand Council Hall, his silhouette framed against the rising sun. Below him, the survivors Redoran, H-Lalu, Dres, even a handful of Ashlanders and Indoral priests, gather in uneasy silence, their faces streaked with soot and exhaustion. The ground beneath their feet is littered with fragments of the past, shattered house banners, the twisted remains of a tribunal statue, a single child's shoe half buried in the ash. It's a tableau of loss, but also of something fragile and new. His voice, when it comes, is roughened by smoke and fatigue, but it carries across the square like a struck bell. We bury our dead today, not as Redoran or H-Lalu or Dres, as Dunmer. The words hang in the air, weighted with centuries of grudges set aside for now. A Dres matron clutches the arm of a Redoran guardsman, her fingers trembling. A H-Lalu merchant shares a water skin with an Ashlander hunter. These are small gestures, but in Morrowind, where blood feuds outlast dynasties, they are revolutionary. Voren steps down, his boots sinking into the ash as he moves among them. He doesn't offer grand speeches about unity or destiny. Instead, he kneels beside a fallen pillar and presses his palm to the stone, where the carved faces of long-dead ancestors stare blankly at the sky. They built this city to last forever, he murmurs, but forever isn't a promise, it's a choice. Behind him, a Telvanni mage, one of the few who answered the call, snorts. Poetic, but poetry won't stop what's coming. Neither will daggers in the dark, Voren counters, rising to meet the mage's gaze. The sixth house doesn't fear our blades. They fear us remembering who we were before the houses carved the world into pieces. The truth settles over the crowd like a shroud. For the first time in living memory, the great houses are not just allies of convenience. They are collaborators in survival, bound by the dawning realization that the enemy they've been fighting isn't just at their gates. It's in their histories, their secrets, the very foundations of their power. A child, no older than 10, her face smudged with ash, tugs at Voren's sleeve. In her hands, she holds a broken Dwemer cog, its edges still gleaming. Will this help? She asks. The innocence of the question cracks something in the air. Around them, hardened warriors and cynical nobles exchange glances, the weight of her hope pressing against their jaded hearts. Voren takes the cog, turning it in the light. Yes, he says softly, because it's a start. The sun climbs higher, its light catching on the distant peaks of Red Mountain, where the air shimmers with something older than fear. The road ahead is fraught with betrayal, with doubt, with the specter of old hatreds resurfacing. But as the crowd begins to move, clearing rubble, tending wounds, passing tools hand to hand, there's a shift in the wind. Not a victory, not yet, but the first breath of something that might, in time, become one.
Thank